All right, good morning, everyone, and happy Thursday. Let's see where we're at with all of this. That looks pretty good to me. All right, morning, Icicle. Morning, Neon. Let's get rid of a phone in the process. Well, busy days. Take that off. Okay. Hello, Strange Loop. How you doing? All right. Hello, Maniac. Delicious. Okay. So where did we leave off yesterday? I was working on a buffer. And I think everything just looked to be faster and better by doing it this way. So we're going to try to just rewrite this buffer. But there's obviously quite a lot going on here. That's going to break now in doing this. Gotta make sure that all tests are running. Except this one doesn't work. That's probably because I've been messing around with this. So let's just start porting some of this stuff over then. So we're going to keep changes as part of the buffer itself. So we're going from double buffer to single buffer with changes instead. And as long as we don't keep removing the changes, we should just store the memory, keep the memory, right? Allocate the memory. So no allocations should be necessary. So this thing will kind of even out over time. I'm sure that made sense. I'm sure that makes sense to someone. So resetting this thing. Oh, Caleb, thank you so much for the sub. Easy. How you doing, buddy? This just seemed to make a new buffer. So that should probably be, it shouldn't be empty, it should be reset. Yeah, I don't know what the point of this thing is. It's literally the same as this thing. Hello, Rithel, how you doing? So this could just be new then. You can't hear me, okay. But you should, okay, that should be, there we go. Yeah, I kind of got ready to go out, but I just didn't have the energy. Oh, so I decided to just wait. Either I'll go around lunch or I just don't go today. Okay, so back to the buffer. So this reset thing makes no sense then. That makes sense. Resize the buffer. Okay. Cell lines, chunk size, width. There we go. Hello, JD. How you been? I haven't seen you in ages. I was talking about you the other day. I don't even remember the call. Oh yeah, we're talking about emulators, right? what's that called? The FPGA emulate. That's what we're talking about. How you been? Yeah, no, that makes sense. There's a plan now. It's not real though. Oh, maybe it was a mistake to go and stream the first thing you do in the morning, right? Moved across the country. Oh man, I hate moving. I'm gonna be moving as well. I don't love moving. But the one upside of moving, JD, is that wherever I move to, I'm gonna install T-tracks in the ceiling so I can get all this stuff off the ground. Ah, man. It's a lot. Okay, is this resize correct though? We'll make a new buffer. We could just force a redraw on a resize. So we could, instead of actually having changes, we could just have the whole buffer being 30. Yeah, I'd be really interested in doing that. So if you have like T tracks, mount, lights, whoops. We should be able to see some pictures of this stuff, right? So these things, right? Although I wouldn't do it like a cross, I would do 2 bars instead with a cross section that can move. But yeah, so this would just make things so much easier to have these T tracks in the ceiling that you can move everything. This looks very flimsy. I don't know what this is, but okay, this is not it. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to do. Okay, apparently this doesn't seem to be that common to do. We would obviously go with a 40-40 or something close to a 40-40. So these are a little bit sturdier than the other ones. There's just so much stuff for these things. But yeah. Yeah, I'm really happy to do it and then just do it as 2 rails with a rail in the middle that can move the whole rail up and down, or just 2 rails in the middle. It'll give you so much so much freedom or movement with that, instead of having to have everything on C stands. And C stands are really heavy to move around as well, and it kind of just does my head in a little bit. Have you made anything heavy with them? I don't know how much your average C track can take, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but because it always depends on it. But some of them seem to be rated at very low weights, and obviously some of these lights are 3 kilos, and that's without the soft boxes and stuff on. Hello, Space Nerd. How you doing? So do we actually have to resize this thing? So we're gonna do a new buffer. Okay, no, we are doing the sensible thing. Okay, all right. Okay, so per car is we need that set function that has to be added to this. Empty should be considered clear or remove. I'm gonna go with remove. Okay. That's iterating over the rows of the buffer. We could actually make this thing iterate over just the changes. I don't know why we iterate over the rows, but we'll figure it out. Thank you so much, Wairu. Thank you so much. Did you see my comment on Discord, Wairu? I checked out your Markdown reader, and it looked like you could scroll, even though there's nothing to scroll. And I'm wondering if that's using the latest version, because you shouldn't be able to scroll if there is if there's no content to scroll, right? Okay, okay, this is where we want to make changes. You are using the dev branch. Okay, then that's into. I might have to look at that then. If this is a Unicode character that is wider than one cell, add a continuation cell if it fits. So I don't think we ever do this. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I kind of feel like we need to have that dynamic component loading. And for that to work, I'm going to have to make something else work that is a bit strange. I'm going to have to make it possible to use the same component multiple times, right? It isn't working, Space Nerd. Tell me what you're doing, and let me try it. I think we have the dirty flag on the cell. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, that's cool, Warren. Are you building a web framework in the terminal? I just imported that branch on the client project, and it tells me something in number.rs goes wrong. Okay, let me try this. Well, I want to add not a path, but git. Why can I not add this? Can I add git package? What? Can I skip the git part? No. This is the right URL, is it not? Yeah. Oh, do I have to have that? I see. All right, I wasn't reading this thing. I'm just that good. Okay. Yeah, that works, Space Nerd. Do you have like a repository or something I can look at? This is using the actually it's not using the dev branch. No. Still works though. Yeah, if you have something I can look at to replicate this. I'll be happy to fix. Oh, damn it. All right. That was bound to crop up at some point. Lists and maps, man. Lists and maps. Not the simplest thing. Okay. Okay. That's pretty cool. Oh, you don't know how to reproduce it, damn it. That's alright. We'll grab it. So just change this to dev. Yeah, I have that so I can tell the difference from which computer I'm on. What am I how do I get the error? It certainly was a hello world, yeah. No, I'd be more inclined to think that it was anathema, given how complex list and maps are. Hello, take, how you doing? Really maybe you need to run cargo update or cargo clean space net, or just wipe your log file. It could be that. It could be that. That you certainly don't have to do that, but cargo updates could be required if your log file is pointed to an older version or whatever. Are you using SC cache? All right. It doesn't help. Are you on Windows? Okay, do this SpaceNet. Delete your cargo log file. Do a cargo clean, and then a cargo. It's gonna have this in. It's gonna have this in your cargo directory, isn't it? It's gonna be in like cargo registry git. No, it's not that. Okay, we can first of all we can delete that. It's not gonna be in here. Right, it's gonna be in here probably. step is the white windows. Yeah, I don't think that's the first step. Man, this, I need to know what, I want to know what the error is. Software is just constant. You spend time building it, and you get to a point, then all you do is spending time fixing it, and there's like, it's not like the bugs gets easier, right? But I just wonder if there's, every now and then you're gonna get a bug that isn't easy, like Sunday morning. All right, so what we call put here is called set on the other one. So let's have a look inside the set function. So we're going to do the index conversion and we're going to bail early. So let's start by doing that. And then, so for that one, we can just do position to index. And then if the index is larger than or equal to self.inner, is it inner or cells? Okay, we're going to rename that. Yeah, so we're going to go from double buffer to single buffer, and hopefully this will make the runtime a little bit faster. Not significantly, but we're going to then re-export this buffer to be the back end of the canvas, and we're going to call the canvas TUI canvas specifically. Why is the Rust login so squished in my description? No idea. So we're gonna call the canvas something like TUI canvas or whatever instead, and just have some very specifics. I'd love to get the color thing sorted. All right, one thing at a time though, right? Let's see, what else do we have to do? We have to get the cell. Yeah. Yeah, to have uniform colors would be super nice. So if the new cell is the same as the old cell, then we return. And that doesn't have to be mutable. Then we merge the cells. There is, but this is more about how we treat it in the state, right? There is no color state, so you can't have a value that is a color. That is very annoying, right? I don't think we can do that either. Like, so that there's like a couple of different issues with this. So we still have to draw this continuation cell. Yeah. No, but if your hex values don't output the exact color, that's one thing, I think, but Yeah. See, the whole color thing is very complicated. Right? I don't know how we're gonna deal with that one. Yeah, come in. All right. Okay, so yeah, I don't. The closest color is one thing, and then it's the issue with having not being able to store the color in your. Um, it would be super nice to have some kind of fallback color palette, definitely. Um, I don't know how we would do that, but to have like a fallback. Um, yeah, I don't know what we would do. This is a predicament. All right. So we're merging the cells. Um, if the cell is occupied, all right. So what do we do after we merge the cell? If it's dirty, then we're gonna return. Otherwise, we set it to dirty. We have to do that down here. If whoops. true, and then changes push. Index like that. I did not see that. Oh, Space Nerd. Space Nerd, I think you have an old version of Rust. I think you have a version of Rust that does not support that. What version are you running? Hello, Jog. If you have something that's not visible but pushes past it, wire, then yeah, it would. 2 versions behind. Yeah, I haven't even thought about the MSRV here with the minimum supported Rust version for this. So that's yeah, I think that's an old version of Rust. Skylar says that's incorrect, but I have no idea what she's saying is incorrect though, right? Okay, anyway. Oh, isn't this done by style merging? So we're merging here, and then we have merged the styles here. That seems odd. If we have a foreground, set it. Okay, let's just see this. Oh, this should not behave like this. And I shouldn't have to do that. All right, this should do this instead. So as long as we have one of these things, because this is the newer one. This is a newer... So why do that and then do this? Like, it makes no sense. We can take away this entire block. And don't we do a merge up here? Yeah, we do. So we can take away this part as well now. There we go. Ah, thank goodness, Space now. All right. So okay, so that's this thing, right? If this is a Unicode character, it's wider than one cell. So we still have to set the continuation cell. This is a Unicode character that's wider than one cell. Add a continuation cell if it fits this way. If we overwrite it, we can set the continuation. Oh, but this isn't happening. I'm just gonna take this away. This comment is just wrong. Okay. Ooh, righty then. I guess what we have to do is create a new index. Damn. Okay. All right, we can store the dirty flag outside of this. And then we can drop the cell here, right? So we can get a second cell state for this, I think. Yes. So we are skipping the diffing part now. Every test I ran, this seemed to outperform the double buffer solution. So it's about calculating which cells needs to be redrawn by storing a list of dirty cells. I think that if we did... Actually, hang on. There's one scenario I might not have thought of. No, we're doing... If you do multiple changes to one cell, that's still gonna register as only one change. So we mark the cell as dirty and we don't store any more changes. Hello, bus peasant, how you doing? So we only store one change, even if it's multiple changes, or rather we only store that it has changed, and then we redraw it. So we don't try to do anything clever. But what happens when we fill the whole buffer? Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, so this is using 1,000,000 records. So let's draw... No, we are filling it. No, that's initializing it. Let's do this. Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of doing this, aren't I? Price was alcohol. Well, you are in a pub. Yeah, you have to go through the entire buffer for the diffing one. Well, technically you have to go through 2 buffers, but even if we fill the entire screen with characters, I think this is still going to be faster. But yeah. All right, let's just continue. So we need to get this thing done though. So we can't have this anymore. So we're just gonna say if it's dirty. It's just, I just don't love any of it, but okay. We come on. Actually, this should be done through the character drawing. So we can get rid of this. Then we don't need this anymore. Yes, so we just do this not in here, but in the put car. When you compile things, the arrows and one is. Is it also the same thing for you when you actually build and run the project? No, so this is just when I do a cargo check. You can briefly see cargo check in the down here, right? Probably shouldn't have held those keys, right? When I run the project, well, I can't run the project because this is not a runnable project. But then I don't see this output down here now. Bollocks. That's fun. Nice flex though. All right, so put is now done. So we should have a put cow. Shouldn't we have a put cow? Yeah, we got a put cow. So we're gonna do this, and then here we should do the check. All right. Right, this is where we have to do this thing. So, there we go. Pie, really? Here, for instance, if I do this, you can see it. Let's zoom in on this thing. All right. This is one cell. Do you see that this is, I'm highlighting one character here, but it's actually two cells. This is just one cell. So one cell, two cell. So this would make up 4 cells. Bye, bunny. Unicode goodness. That was a fun couple of days. So you can draw a Unicode character on top of another Unicode character. So you draw a Unicode character in one cell, and then in the next cell, you draw another Unicode character. So you draw like half a character, but that's not really a feature. That's not how it should work. But you can do that in some terminals, right? PyPy has C++ code generators, and with GCC 14 something really. Hello, Enrico. How you doing? Yeah, no one likes Unicode. I don't think anyone feels excitement over there. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hello, McNigget. How you doing? No, I got half my gym gear on me as well, right? But I was getting ready, and my body just felt so heavy. I'm like, okay, why don't we try to go around lunch instead? So, no gym this morning, but we'll probably do gym if I can wake up. Man, I am paying for that night of gaming. I'm just not cut out for being up past 9 o'clock. No. Okay, so we draw the continuation style here, which shape. Yeah, this could be wrong. Yeah, this might end up drawing a continuation cell somewhere else. And this kind of sucks then. Damn. No, we're not. We're doing the right thing. We're making sure that this thing is within the size. Okay. All right. It's all good. Oh, cool retro term makes me think of Chris. She was using that. She was into cool retro term. You are here. Aren't you supposed to do something important today, Skylar? Yes. Okay. Well, I'm hoping you're not distracting yourself, right? Okay. That is very important. I'm glad you have your priorities straight. Oh, beauty. Correct answer. Yeah. 10 push-ups. I don't know if that would wake me up, though. Should we do like 10 elevated push-ups with deep stretch, right? I don't even have any means to do that in here. Instead of doing 10 push-ups, we're going to do 10 programs up. Yes, got it. All right. So this is compiling. We can now ditch this code. Honestly, it would have been nice if we could have left it there, but no. Okay, so should we go and change the screen then? Because I think we are going to have our buffer only here. We get rid of the old buffer and the changes now. Okay, we can skip all this setup business. I thought we had a resize on the buffer. Yeah. So we could just do a resize. So now we're doing something semi-dodge here because we're making more changes than we have to before we test the new changes. So you forgot the inclusive range? Oh man, I did not spot that. Maybe we should, okay, maybe we should have more tests. Don't worry about it, Skylar, alright? Good spot, but that's okay, alright? Don't worry about it. I think no one is really gonna go for that number, okay? But yeah, feel free to chuck that into a PR. Don't feel bad about it though. See, we are using new buffer put, which should do... So this resize should be fine. And here we're erasing the entire buffer, and here we're doing an erase region. Hello, Kenny. How you doing? Okay, so we cannot refer to things as new buffer. That's not right. It's all Skylar's fault. You flew too close to the sun, Skylar. This is not true. Now, so calling put car will call put, which will not panic. This will just do a return if you try to draw. So this is not true, and that should have been under something that looks like this. All right, but since we don't panic, we don't have to do that. It's very, very harsh. The world of open source software is very unforgiving and very harsh. I'm sorry, you made a mistake and you made it public. You have to be murdered now through some archaic means. Update cell. I want to flip this style and position around, maybe. So what does update cell do? Okay, this looks a little bit sus, I have to say. Oh man, I wish I could just ignore this, but I cannot, can I? Actually, since we do this, the put function doesn't make sense, right? Why? Oh. Oh no, we don't do that. This one will panic now if the position is outside. But why don't we just do the check here then, right? Put a character with a style given. I'm not loving this. Hang on, I'm making some messed up mistakes here. I thought we had a bounce check in here somewhere. Like this. So we need to put this in here. So if this, then we don't need to do this check. This check makes no sense. We're always going to make sure that we can put a character somewhere. Otherwise, we're just not. Blah. All right, we're done with this drink now. It's just, what is that? Sediment? 2 a.m. Jeepers, time to get up. Go to the gym. Okay. Hello, Armadan. How you doing, buddy? All good. All good. Peak time to wear girl clothes. It's just a hoodie. Okay. Procrastinate. You'll see, man, I do not know how you people do it, right? Now you have to replace that with when, because otherwise, when my wife grabs one of my hoodies or something, then she make it into girls' clothing, right? And then I'll be a bearded lady. And then I have to answer a lot of questions at next Sunday dinner. I'm recovering from a game night with Danaka, man. I'm still knackered. Oh. Push-ups now. I think I would die if I tried. I'm looking at the chair next to me thinking, can I use this for elevated push-ups? I don't think I would wake up from push-ups though. The deep stretch push-ups is something I'm taking a break from. That and pull-ups and chin-ups until my shoulder is good again though. That's thinking. But I can't, like, what am I gonna do the push-ups on, right? Can't do them on the floor like a pleb. Okay, I mean, I could have a cold shower. It's been 6 weeks since last I had a shower, right? What type of game were you playing with Anaka? Now, well, it was more that I was up late, right? I woke up 5:20 this morning, and I just had breakfast, got ready for the gym, and I just stood there going like, nah, I'm not feeling it today. I'm not feeling it. I'm feeling tired and miserable. Game doll, sheep. Let's do it. But we're so close to release, man. This is too exciting. This is Jazz Jack Rabbit, or I don't know. I'm feeling the jazz now. Hot damn, I'm good at this. If the game's from this era, I'm okay. All right, I could pick out jazz. I could pick out Commander Keen. But if the game's from like 2022, I have no idea what it is. Yeah, I get up around 5. Yeah. I go to the gym when there's no one there. It's really like if you struggle to go to the gym in your life and you don't want to do it because you're self-conscious or something like that, then start going when the gym opens. No other sucker's gonna be there, right? You have the whole place to yourself. Or at worst, there are other people who don't wanna go to the gym because they're self-conscious there, right? So sometimes it's just me and a bunch of old women there, right? It's all good. All right, I'm not even gonna make the jokes. Too tired. So if we do this check, we'll have to do this check here. So we're always checking the position. We're gonna use 2 index instead. 14 errors. Get out of here. All right, so we're gonna use position.to index self.size.width. This is problematic. This could give you a character. You could give it an incorrect position, it would give you a character. So we kind of have to do, we kind of have to say if the position with, x is larger than or equal to self.size.width, then return none. Because if you have an x value that is wider, you're still gonna calculate the index. It would just be an incorrect index, right? Yeah, that's a problem. That's a real issue, okay? Now, I said when we move, I'm gonna have to live somewhere close to a gym because that's like the only thing I have in my life. Well, that's depressing, isn't it, when you put it like that? But there are more people in the morning. Like, when does yours open, CP? Yeah, I'm not loving planks, and I hate squatting. Squats was what I was gonna do today, which might be why I never ended up going. Although I'm not saying I'm not going. I'm just going later. So if we do this, then we don't have to do that. Really? You were there 5 a.m. and there were lots of people there? Jeepers, man. That's intense. Then we can just do this. Wait. Yes. Okay, cool. People gym before work. I think you live in a bigger city than I do as well. I live in a city with a population of 2. If you're going for weight loss, Wairu, the gym is not the solution, right? It's like the amount of calories you burn working out is, if you work out for an hour, right? That's around 500-600 calories, right? If you go for walk, right? If you go for a walk for the same amount of time, that's probably about 450 calories, right? And 450 calories is 2 chocolate bars, right? some pretty intense chocolate, but still. So like the sensible way for weight loss in most cases is just to put yourself in a caloric deficit. So working out is good. Like you get fit from it, but yes, exactly. It's all in the kitchen. I am unfortunately losing weight and I'm not getting it back, and I'm trying to get it back. But it's not coming back, which is not good. Cape Town, isn't it, has more people than all of Finland? Yeah. Maybe you should move to Finland. Be close to Linus. I think he lives in the Americas now. Walking 10,000 steps helps, right? Like I said, that's going to be your 400 or 500 calories there. But in reality, it's about being in a deficit, not punishing yourself either. Everything I've read and heard about diets in the last couple of years that makes sense to me is this: a diet should not be a punishment; it should be part of your lifestyle. And I can't stress how good that advice is, right? You don't have to be in a heavy caloric deficit, right? So I have a friend who's doing a diet now, and he's losing a lot of weight, but he's in an insane deficit. And when I was talking to him, I was like, "Dude, you got like, do you have any energy to do anything, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine." It's like, okay. They were off playing a gig and in some other country or place or whatever, and it's like, yeah, it was no problem staying with the diet or anything. I was like, wow, that's really impressive though, right? Okay. So we're gonna do this thing instead of the index thing. Then we can get rid of that. And then here we just do index, if I can spell. It's hard to get a job in Finland. Yeah, I honestly don't know about that. But honestly, aren't you super qualified? I just find it hard to imagine that someone with your skill set actually struggles to get a job, other than maybe like their job. The process of getting a job is unpleasant, right? Like the whole looking for a job. So we end up doing this quite a lot. I don't know if we're gonna do something better with this. So you're using centimeters. I'm guessing that's kilos. Yeah. See, this is my predicament. I am less than this, but more than that. All right, that's not my goal. I want to get close to 80, 85. All right. They want to speak Finnish. Finish him, you say, and then you're good, right? I do get that, right? This is difficult when you when you assume the world speaks English, right? No, I lost muscles though. I lost a lot of muscles, which is not great. Now that's obviously, I mean, it just seems like that's it. Just stop with that, right? Stop. Tell your brother to stop coming around, right? All right, so the put function is done. I think we're good. Okay. That's just a return then. So here we're not gonna diff anything. So could you please leave? Why? What did I do? Well, it's your fault that I eat so much junk food, okay? And I think it's very selfish of you to keep coming around. All right, let's have a look at our standard out thing, our render malarkey. Draw changes. Yes, so we need to iterate through the changes for this thing. For change in self.buffer, it's called buffer.changes. Nah, I'm not looking to become a meat mountain either, right? I've never been fit in my entire life. This is like the most fit I've ever been. And I think that it's just nice to... So I hurt my back the other day, and it took me no time to recover. That, to me, was insane, right? Hurt my back on Friday, back in the gym on Tuesday, right? That has never happened in my entire life, right? If I hurt my back in the past, it was staying on the ground for a week at least. I'd had back pain for days. I could go back to working out on Tuesday. So I basically was out of commission throughout the week, and it wasn't even that bad. Thank you, Happy Fruit. I really like the feeling of working out, and I'm gonna be quite honest as well. I get a massive endorphin release from working out, and I kind of need that to stay sane. So it's a little bit of a problem, but you know, now. I do not understand people who are motivated to work out who hates working out. That I am incredibly impressed with that. My wife does not get anything like I. When we go to the gym together, I'm standing there throwing weights around, being really into it, and she's just there hating every moment of it, and she doesn't get any of the endorphin release or anything. And she's lost a lot of weight. I'm really proud of her. How much progress she's doing, especially since she doesn't want to. I want to. She's like, I hate this. Well, there's so much in your brain when you're doing these things, right? So once you get past the stage of like ego lifting and you're chasing the numbers, right? Obviously you need to track some things if you're really going ham with this stuff, right? But honestly, I'm not that rigorous with it. To me, workout is a lot about how you feel. But I know what weights I'm lifting, and every now and then I can increase them. But I don't do like weekly progressive overload. I don't do like minute tracking of details and things like that, right? To me, it's just lift until you can't lift anymore. And sometimes that's because you're like mentally fatigued. You can't get yourself past certain points, right? So you get to the thing where you're trying to move something in a direction, either towards you or away from you, and maybe you could muster up the willpower, but you don't really have it in you. So you kind of get halfway through, and then you lose all your energy, and then there's nothing left to do another one, right? But I like to lift slow as well. So everything I do is a very like slow and controlled. If I lose that control, that means I'm lifting too heavy, which means I'm going to hurt myself. So I'm really, but yeah, the feeling afterwards is great, right? I think maybe I would have liked to try some calisthenics at some point, but other than pull-ups and push-ups, I don't really know, and dips, I don't know what else there is. Lunges sucks. I hate that. Calf raises you can do with your own weight as well. You just need some stairs for that. Yeah, to me, it's 100% about finding things that I like doing. For instance, preacher curls are pretty meaningless as an exercise, right? It's very focused on one small muscle, but it feels really good to do, right? Like when you get to the top and you get the good squeeze and then slowly down, and on the last rep, you're fighting the weight all the way down and you can't restrain it, right? It's good. Oh, I rowing machine is good for your back. But there's a rowing machine and then there's like weightlifting rowing. Are we talking about the rowing machine? Which is good for warm-ups as well, right? It's hard to start. Yeah, you have to make it part of your life. I think it's not just about discipline. I think it's very dismissive to say, oh, you don't have the discipline to do things. Life is very complicated and life is in constant flux. Have you guys ever tried to have a schedule for anything? We can't even get to work on time some days, right? It isn't easy. So I think we're going to drain the changes here. By the way. I don't know if we need the changes. No, we can drain the changes, but we have to sort them first. So let's do self.buffer.changes.sort, and then we can drain the changes. Yeah, that's great. If you can do this, that's absolutely great. And the other thing that makes this hard that we don't always think about is what we've done the day before, right? If you go to bed not long after you've eaten a very heavy meal, right? Maybe you've eaten some like creamy stew or whatever, right? Like you pile on chili with sour cream and rice, and you've eaten about 1 kilo of that, which is about how much I eat when I eat chili, because I weigh the food. It's over 1 kilo sometimes of food. You eat that an hour or two before you go to bed. When you wake up the next day, you might have a lot of energy from that, or you might really not have any energy from that. You might feel really like, ugh, right? What you do the day before, how you sleep, all that has such an impact. Oh, I can put it away, man. I can eat so much food. It's like it's not an issue for me. I said it's like when I was a kid, like my parents thought I had like tapeworm. No, I had undiagnosed and untreated celiac disease instead, right? But nah. And I like cooking and I like eating. But when you're watching your numbers, right, you're trying to balance your macros, then you can't just like pour a bunch of sour cream and everything. Like, yeah, this I understand why this thing is so it takes discipline. Sometimes I go to bed at 8:30. I will lay in bed and read or watch a YouTube video or whatever, right? But my day is over at 8:30 sometimes, right? Sometimes I fall asleep on the sofa, but that's very rarely. So we can't. Okay, that's private. So why don't we make that public to the crate then? Or why don't we just have a function for the changes? That will return an impl iterator where the item is a usize. And we can do this and then self.changes.drain. All right, you want to have a bit of that, do you? There we go. I would have dinner at 8:30. Are you French, Wairu? So if you're Spanish, then you have dinner at 10. If you're French, you have dinner at 7, 8, right? It like the further north you go, the earlier you have dinner. You're Brazilian. Oh, cool. Bom dia, mate. Oh my god. if I was in Brazil mentioned, I certainly would not stop eating. I would start eating at 4 p.m. and I would stop eating at 8, man. Whoa. Oh, do you get that Peruvian, that Peruvian chili sauce as well? What's it called? It's not amarillo. Yes. Hang on. It's this one. Salsa de ají. Do you get this, Wairu? This thing is so damn good. Okay. I will import this from Peru every now and then. I think it's Peruvian, right? Yeah, this even says so there, right? El rico sabor de casa. Salsa de ají. Casera, receta casera. A la cena, a la comida. Vamos a la comida. Love it. Oh yeah, I would, man. That, like, if I was in Brazil, I would just eat veggies and barbecue and chili sauce, and then I would certainly increase my circumference, man. Man, no wonder it's hard to lose weight where you are, man. You live in, like, where you have, like, the best food and veggies, right? Damn. That, like, rivaled only by South America. It's like rivaled only by I don't even know. I think South American cuisine is probably some of the best, right? Damn. All right, why do we get into food talk? Now I'm super hungry. All right. Changes. Oh yeah, missing documentation, right? Drain the changes. Oh yeah, but you live where veggies are really good. Again, if you're in Europe, the further south you go, the better the veggies are, right? Like tomatoes are amazing in Spain. You travel north, the tomatoes suck, right? Even in like the UK at the greengrocers, you sometimes get this really flavorless, boring tomatoes. That's because they store the tomatoes. And then they quick ripen them before they hit the shelves. It's really depressing how bad the tomatoes are right now. All right, enjoy work, mate, as much as you can. I just, man, I wish I could give you a job, cat peasant. I don't want you to be unhappy. Leftover pizza. Cold pizza with hot tea. I love that. I love that. It's so good. Okay, so let's see how many tests are broken. Oh, the tests don't even compile. All right, let's see if this thing will run. Okay, well, there's nothing drawn now. I think I broke it. I mean, I know I kind of knew I broke it. Where's the render code? Wait, we never did the drawing. Oh, but this is not bad food, Wiry. Like, chicken is full of protein, and like lean meat is full of protein. Steak is, I mean, you live in Brazil. Of course you're gonna eat steak, right? It's like the barbecue place of the world, right? South America. Oh man. Well, I mean, you got like the American style barbecue, but that's more like the smoking is more interesting there, right? So when it comes to like barbecue and stuff, I think South America is probably more interesting. Good times. Okay, so changes. We don't have to diff. We don't have to do that. We have to draw changes. We have to flush the output. We don't have to do that. But the drawing part, that's what we have to do. So draw changes. Letters. How much I would qualify letters as interesting, though? Maybe I can just take the thing from here. Yeah, so we need to get the cell and then say that it's not dirty. I don't think we're gonna have this function. I think we're gonna delete this function. We do this, and then that will pop up in my changes screen. Paint glyph. It's not really though. All right, we're not gonna get into the semantics here. Oh, of course it is. Boo. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea. What is it that makes you feel that you're not doing much? You feel like you're learning most of the time? Yeah. That's programming for you, right? You are learning most of the time. And when you're not learning, you're using the things you learn, right? Lemon, salt, and soy sauce. What? Lettuce? Crispy water? Yeah, Tanmay, you learn something, you use it. You learn something, you use it. That's just software development for you, right? The world of software development is it's such a broad spectrum, right? I think that it's not possible to say whether you're doing something wrong or not without knowing your process, right? If you spend 12 hours a day watching tutorials on YouTube and you don't do any programming, then you're definitely doing the wrong thing. But as long as you're programming and you're using new concepts that you're learning, then you're fine, right? You know what I would say though, Tanmay? I'll say this, okay? This is very important. Verify everything, all right? In your life as a programmer, you'll meet a bunch of senior programmers, and they're all full of shit, all of them, right? No exception. And they will tell you a bunch of absolutes that are probably not correct. Don't listen to that. So when someone says that something is great, you should ask them, why is it great? And do you have any empirical evidence on why it's proving that this is greater than this other thing? And this is a way that you can annoy a lot of people all the time. But at least you won't end up with some kind of false beliefs of software, right? I'm only half joking though. Okay, so we can't do this. That's... Oh, you know what we could do though, right? We could drain into our own set of changes. We could drain into our own set. Or why don't we just do this? There we go. So when we call the drain function, we're borrowing self or borrowing the entire buffer mutably, because that's how it works, right? And then we can't do any access to the cells, even though we never touch the cells in the drain function. But you guys know Rust by now. You know how this works. This means we never have to clear the changes. We still have to flush the output, and now we have to draw the actual cells. So yeah, how do we do that? I just deleted all the draw changes, didn't I, right? No, we need to check for moves, and I think we can do that here. So we can match on the cell state. Yeah. So if the cell is empty, it means it has become empty, so we have to clear that out. If it's a continuation cell, then we need to draw an empty cell there as well. So in this case, we never really dealt with this stuff, but we kind of have to. So we can get the cursor position for this thing, right? I'm all right, Darkness. How are you? Yeah, the sleep thing is really important, right? Sleep is so, I guess that's like very underrated how important sleep is to our like personal growth and healing and all that. Okay. All right. Which SQL are you using? Postgres, MySQL, MS SQL, Oracle? SQLite. Ah. Are you using SQL Alchemy or Django or M or something like that? Or are you handcrafting your queries? I don't think MongoDB supports a query language, right? SQL Alchemy. All right. Okay, so we're gonna get the current position from the index. We don't have to dereference that one. And that's gonna be self.buffer.size. Huh? Oh, right. I'm in the wrong place, aren't I? Yeah, why am I looking at this thing? That's dumbassery. I'm looking at the wrong code. So if it's occupied, that's what we're going to do this. Yeah, we have to get the position from there. Okay, so let's do a position from... All right, have a good sleep, Wiry. Local position from... And then we're going to pass in a tuple. That'll be our index and size. Honestly, all right, maybe we can call that as a function and be done with it. You are shipping me. Okay, no, but we can just get the size here, right? We certainly don't need access to the buffer size at this point. So this is fine. Oh, we need to store the last positions. We're going to start that off at 0. So this is our setup. And then we have to do a check on this thing, right? So this is about optimizing cursor moves, right? So if we draw a character, we don't have to draw... We don't have to do a print, right? Tonight, I don't know, Locke. I don't know what's for dinner. We just had the dinner cancelled tonight. We're gonna have some friend over for dinner, but apparently they didn't want to be eaten, so here we are. All right, so we're gonna queue up a cursor move. That's gonna come from draw changes, which is here. Let's leave that one there, and then we can go back to the screen. That's going to be output. And There we go. So now we've queued up the move before we do the draw. But that should only happen if we should move. And to know if we should move or not, we need to do this thing, which we're just going to copy straight out of here. So what does this do, right? Okay, so we're checking if the last position that we drew at, if that last position plus the width of this character is going to be the same position as we're going to draw this character, then we don't need to insert a cursor move. The more cursor moves that you have in your, the more you generate cursor moves, the more flickering you will get in the terminal, right? So if you are hopping the cursor up and down a lot in the terminal, then you're going to get a lot of flickering. So instead, we sort everything so that the positions are next to each other. This is why we have to sort our changes before we do anything. And then we only insert cursor moves if there is a reason to, right? And then last position is equal to our position, right? So we update that. Okay, so then we're gonna queue the print of C. Now that's probably not as simple as what we had before because we have all the style as well. Yeah, so if it's an insert or a remove, then we're going to do different things. So we still have to do this calculation, right, here as well, which is a little bit annoying. And then the cursor the cursor we're drawing is this. So I guess what we could do is just get a cursor from this thing before we do anything. Now, when it comes to continuation, we should probably not do anything. I don't think. But I'm a little bit unsure about that. Yeah, I'm a little bit unsure about this code now. What do we do in the event of a continuation? We should clear the value that is there, but we shouldn't... Oh, this is difficult. We should not clear the value if we drew Unicode character the instruction before, if that makes sense. This could obviously be how if we drew backwards, but then we're going to have all the cursor moves, so that doesn't work. I don't know how this thing is actually dealing with that. How do we get a change insert then? If it's a continuation, we do nothing. So we're skipping continuation cells. We just shouldn't draw on them. But this thing will become 2 anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, I think we're good. So here we just do continue. And then this could become the character that we draw. So here we're just going to return an empty character. And then here we're going to return said character. And then we do all this stuff outside of there. Oh yeah, we already had that. And then finally, we're going to queue the print. Yeah. I think, at least. Where's... Okay, so how do we... so apply the style. So we're going to apply the style on the cell. So we'll do style.write. That's going to be cell.style.write into the output. Now, I think the output is already... No. All right, we do that. And then we write the changes, which is just going to queue a print of the character. So that's going to be our output. Now we have to pull this in. Hello, Grassam, how you going? All right, I think that might be it. We have some warnings, but let's see if we can draw something on the screen now. Yes, we can. It is incorrect, but it's drawing. So we're back to having code that can draw. So we don't need a diff. This is going to happen automatically. That is happening. That's done. So we don't need the second buffer. Well, that sounds bad, Grassam, that you didn't sleep. Well, what happened? Are you in trouble? Okay, so we don't need that one. Let's see where this thing is failing. So this is drawing black squares there. We shouldn't really have this odd thing being drawn here, should we? Let's look at the template. So this is the only magenta that we have. But for some reason it's drawing these spaces without the style. How are you doing today, Axel? What is happening here? This is very odd. No, you didn't. I can see that you didn't. Don't lie to me, Axel. All right, so this is clearly broken. Teacher didn't want to recognize my grade. He kept insisting I was not on the list. I contacted Secretary of Units this morning and they put me on the list so he could give me the grade. Really? That is very strange that you would be in a class and then then you don't get grades for it, right? Okay, so why is this happening? Like, it's clearly not erasing the characters as it should do. And it's setting the style. All right, so let's just start from scratch over here. We're just gonna have text hello in first, right? Okay, that one's easy. Can we get the screen in here so we get a number? Okay, that works. Now, if we put a span in here, actually we're not, we're just going to put a v-stack. And this will still work. This will still work. And if we do foreground red here, this will now break everything, yeah. Okay, why is this breaking everything? When we set the foreground to red here, we're not resetting it. So this isn't too bad. Oh, what sort of bugs that we're dealing with? Come on, brain. Wakey uppy. All right. So it sets everything. It sets everything to... Wait, that's the wrong project. What? Oh no, we're using template. Okay, good. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the buffer that we're drawing now. So we just make this a little bit smaller. All right. I think it's just a case of us not resetting this thing, right? Get to work if you want to. Good luck. Okay. So this should draw a white A, a red A, and a white A. We're getting all red A's. So let's go and debug the runtime. We got actually not the runtime. We're going to go to the back end. And we are going to look at the render function here. So let's print out the first cell here. Okay. We have reset here. They're both reset colors. And it's A. All right, got it. That's the character. This is going to be 0, 0. Yeah. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Oh, we're not resetting last position though. Okay, so we're writing reset there. And then we're printing that. Okay, cool beans. Index is now 1. No, it's 60. The cell has red colors. The position is now Y1. That is correct. We're going to move to Y1. And we're going to write the style. And then print that. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, university seemed to be like a hot mess, I have to say. 120. It's occupied. The cell. Yeah, this is we're never updating the last position. So we're gonna do that. And the style should be reset again. It is. So we're printing this thing. And then we're flushing that. Now we're going to do this all over again. Okay, so this is... There's no color here. Why is there no color on this cell? Now I get that, Grassham. I can understand the frustration. Why are these without color? And more importantly, why are they considered dirty? headbutt the principal, man. Don't do that. Why did the color become not? So it has done the right thing here. It just happens so fast. We never see the wrong thing. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is then, once we're done, we have to say the last position is now equal to position. So that's one update that we're gonna do. So we should now see one move in here. And as we get to the second cell, we should skip this block now. Otherwise, there's still a mistake in there. There's still a mistake in there, damn it. Maybe we should call it next position instead of last position. Not at all for me, Grassham. The worst I've had is I had to threaten a client with legal action once because they refused to pay the bills. They got a new CEO and he thought it was cute to pretend that I didn't work there and had a contract. So I just threatened them with a CCJ. I had a client last year who didn't want to pay. A really nice guy, but he didn't want to pay. So I said that commercially we have no relationship anymore, but and you have to pay me, otherwise this becomes a situation. But socially we can still be friends. Nah, it's just part of business. It's just part of life. But there's no backstabbing, right? I've never been in a situation where someone has done that, right? So I'm not. I think it depends on where you work, right? And this is why I have such a tall back on my chair, right? It's going to be really hard to stab me with this chair, right? This is an authentic chainmail Herman Miller chair, right? That joke wasn't funny, I'm sorry. All right, Ada, have a good day at work. Enjoy your work. If you don't enjoy your work, then find something at work that you can enjoy. And take a moment and think about that when you're enjoying it. This isn't too bad. Well, we haven't invented that device yet, Skylar. There was an old quote about this. 10 online businesses that could make you rich. Stab people over the internet. I thought we were going to get that quote, right? Man, all these things. I think the quote was something like, I'll become rich when I invent a device that lets you stab people in the face over the internet. Yeah, you're going to have, but I don't see that a lot in the world of programming. So programmers don't tend to be incredibly ambitious when it comes to, because as far as programming goes, you start as a junior, then you're a programmer, then you're a senior programmer and or lead programmer, then CTO, right? That's like your path, your career path as a programmer. And people who are eager to go up this path are usually not very good programmers, and they tend to like diverge into regions like managers and stuff like that, where they don't do programming anymore. And maybe those are the people who would be interested in backstabbing. There are also developers who are worried that they're not good enough, so they'll try to make other people look bad. So this is a side effect of imposter syndrome or performance anxiety, right? Where they can do this. I worked with someone that was very insecure, and they were very loud when they found a problem with someone else's code. But I don't think that's backstabbing. That's just people's insecurities, right? With arrogance, nah, don't worry about it. I mean, there's lots of arrogant programmers out there. But there's also people who aren't arrogant, but they might seem arrogant because they lack social skills. And let's be honest, programming is a field that attracts certain peoples with poor social skills sometimes, right? Think of the following. It's just how it is, right? It's not a given, right? Not every programmer has bad social skills, right? But I've worked with plenty of programmers that had lacking social skills, right? It's just my observations, right? But I think arrogance is more common in young developers who haven't reached the point where they realize that they're not that amazing, but they could be, right? No, I don't think the field of programming is that aggressive. I think you'll find the field of management is perhaps more like that, right? You don't have to worry about it. And the beautiful thing about free will is that if you work somewhere where people are being terrible, and then you can speak to your manager about it. If it is your manager that is being terrible, then you can find another job, right? I mean, obviously that's easier said than done, but life's too short to hang on to something you don't like. Now, what are we gonna do here? Well, we can just do this, right? We can do last position. Whoops. We can do that. But then this doesn't make sense. Actually, it does make sense. Hello, Scott. Oh, that's cool. All right. That's better than your average school. It's really so Montessori is like one of those schools where you focus a lot on self-learning, where you don't have the same curriculum. A lot of the students' education is driven. Now, 18 months to 4 years, that's like preschool or kindergarten, right? So that's more of an introduction to learning. But I'm guessing at this age bracket, they're gonna do nothing but have fun, right? I would have worked with kids if it wasn't so stupidly expensive, right? I'm sort of always up for playing with my kid, and we do silly things, and I mean I might as well get paid for it, right? Did that still cause a cursor move? What is this thing? 1 and why is this position 0? All right. No, not all right. That would be Waldorf Steiner, I think, which is a German thing. This one is very different, and it's suitable for some kids. But in this one, there is very little pressure on the education, and that might be really good for some kids, right? So this is definitely not for all kids, but for some kids, that could be a salvation, right? It's good that we have these options for the education system, right? Okay, so let's have a look at this position. That should be 0, 0. And this thing is 0, 0. Like that, maybe. Hippie version of Wolf? Yes. Did you go to Yeah. I figured that's what you meant, right? Did you go to a Waldorf or a Montessori school, Skylar? You're gonna get bad teachers and good teachers at all schools, right? So it's not. It's like it's a lottery, right? Whether you get a good one or not. Okay, so the first that is correct. So we update this one's now saying 0, and then we're moving this thing to there, right? So that's good. You went to a Waldorf school, right? Besides the bullying. So another thing about these schools is that you have more teachers per child in general as well, right? So this is a really difficult situation, okay? So if there's bullying happening, the teachers have to step in, otherwise they should get fired. But you can also make the situation worse when it comes to bullying if you don't handle that correctly. So like as an example, if the teacher stands up in front of the whole class and go, "You guys stop bullying Skylar," you might as well be painting a red cross at someone doing that, right? So that should be handled. That should be handled outside of school with meeting of all involved parents and kids to be resolved, right? I find it really difficult to know what bullying is these days compared to when I was a kid, right? When I was a kid, bullying was very black and white. It was very like you'd fuck someone up and that was bullying, right? Now, if a student says to another student, "You're a bit shit, mate," that can also be qualified as bullying. This is not to diminish anything, right? I hope you understand that. As I'm saying that the what constitutes as bullying today is different from when I was a child. But I went to a horrible school. There was like violence against teachers in there. I remember in one class, the teacher took one of the kids, smacked him into the lockers, and then threw him out of the classroom, right? And you know those like long 1 meter rulers? One teacher got so pissed off, he smashed it on the desk and he bent the whole ruler. The class was quiet after that, all right? Hello, Hellfire. Not a lot. What have you been up to? What have you been up? Where's the camera, right? Where's the camera, right? What have you been up to? Doing Java web dev, mostly Spring configs. Did you ever get into any of him, Hellfire? Did you stick with it? I went to a high school which was known to have the highest rate of bullying. It was dreadful. Sorry to hear that. That sucks, man. I became the teacher's worst nightmare. I would never target students because we all had to deal with each other's shit. This is really hard though, right? Like generally what happens in a situation when you're being bullied is you are belittled, right? The act of being bullied will destroy your confidence and it will generate situations where you become physically ill to not have to go to school and things like that, right? Which is why when you have a child, if your child has a lot of stomach problems and things like that, you have to start investigating. If obviously this could be medical issues, you investigate that first, right? But if there's nothing medically wrong with your child that suffers from a lot of stomach pain, you have to look at the school situation as well because it could simply be stress and things like that, right? Boring? I bet you Spring Configs is boring, right? Use Neovim for my stuff outside of work. Nice one. Nice one. You stuck with it. Goodbye. I got 2 teachers sacked, and then teachers will make sure they didn't mess with me. That raises a lot of questions. I don't remember a lot, but from what I can remember, it's like repeatedly pulling on kids' hairs, clearly on purpose, gossiping about them, hitting them a lot. Yeah, no, this is insane amounts of bullying. Okay, there's not a shadow of a doubt that this is bullying. Yeah, this is straight up bullying. Were you a child or were you some kind of detective when you went to school? I know, I understand that. It was just the portfolio of damning evidence, right? It sounds like a detective, right? Yeah, and that sucks, right? There's no level of bullying that is okay. No one should have to put up with it, right? And you know what kids get surprised to learn? That bullying happens in the workplace as well. It's never happened to me, and I haven't observed it, but I have heard plenty of people who have told me that they've been bullied at the workplace, right? We're just humans trying to get along with each other. The whole bullying thing is just so messed up, right? And as a parent, like you're really scared that your kid is gonna get bullied. And if you are a normal parent, you will deal with this accordingly. If you're an abnormal parent who hates their child, you will turn up at school and then yell at everyone in front of the whole class how they need to stop being assholes to your kid. Because that, again, is just painting a red cross on your kids. Yeah, so that's a culture that most likely has a bit of a hazing ritual attached to it as well. Which, again, I think those things are generally quite bad. Okay, so we're now losing one of our characters. So we're never doing that. We're updating this thing. So this is also wrong. Isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna skip the cursor. We're gonna skip this part for now. And we're just gonna get this thing working. All right, apparently. Apparently even doing this has caused this to go bananas. See, it isn't really anymore. That's so. Like I said, when I was young, bullying was a very hard defined thing, right? You beat on a kid, you destroy the property, you single them out for like a lot of like name calling, but name calling wasn't so bad, right? Where I went to school, that like the physical violence was more of a problem, right? So this could also just be someone being an asshole, right? It doesn't diminish the feelings around it, of course. It's not what I mean. Bullying was normalized. It is complicated. Like getting through your childhood can be fun, or it can be like my wife loved being a teenager. She's like, oh yeah, I can't wait for a kid to be a teenager, all the exciting thing. And I'm sitting there in the corner going like, oh my God, not this again, not this again, not this again, right? I'm watching out for signs of like drug use and drinking and all the bad stuff, right? Who are you friends with? Okay. But yeah. No, nothing. Mental health is not worth to sacrifice for money in any situation, right? I mean, if someone said like, if you gave you $1 million, would you go through a panic attack? I'll be like, yeah, shit, bring it on, man. Give me the money, all right? I like, bring me the money and I will suffer, okay? I can deal with that. But like constantly wearing down your mental health, no, not even a little bit, right? A bit of fight and flight, I can deal with that. I've been around the block. Okay, so why is this not working? So we're going to move the cursor. We're not going to move the cursor for the first thing, right? Second cell. This is at 0, 1. We are moving the cursor to 0, 1 now, yeah? Yeah. And we're writing that. Okay, that is queuing. Okay, so position should be 0, 2. Yeah. Would you like trauma which triggers in a lot of common everyday situations? Not repeatedly, no. Not even a little bit. I know a lot, and I have experienced a lot about these things, and it's not just me; it's my environment as well. So there's no part of me that want any of that for me or other people. Okay, so we're gonna flush standard out now. For some reason, we drew nothing there, and I have no idea why. Why are we not drawing the first A? I think maybe I should change them to be an A, B, C instead. So when we get here, okay, that is not what I wanted to do. Ah, get out of there. Okay, let's see. Do we just skip the first A when we flush this now? Yeah, we do. Why? Oh yeah, this is, as a man, I would never ever take a job as a teacher. No way. No freaking way. There is a very, very grim thing that can happen to you as a guy being a teacher, right? No way. You could not pay me enough money to work as a teacher today. Screw that noise. The whole system is so... And in the off chance that the dude teacher actually is an asshole, is a sex criminal, right? Which is, understand what I'm talking about. If that is the case, that could be the case, so you can't dismiss it. But all you do, being a PE teacher, being a guy, teaching a class, all you need is for one or two kids to start saying the P word, and like you're fucked, man. There's no coming back from that. Even if they're just doing it because they're kids being kids, right? They don't mean to destroy someone's life or anything like that, right? They just do it, right? Because it's fun to call the teacher pedo or whatever, right? They do it. And then the moment that hits society and you start hearing this, there's always going to be the question, are they? I don't want to take the chance with my kid. You're fucked. Your life's ruined. No way. Well, it's different at a university level, right? You don't teach physics well, you do teach physics to teenagers. So yeah, that could definitely happen, right? This is more prevalent as a PE teacher, though. Why are we gendering physics? Being from a very financially divided town, it was more the kids with parents in a dire financial state with parents who would just not show. I think this is more an observation that physics teachers are usually guys. I don't know this, but all physics teachers I have met have been men, but I don't think that's a requirement. I think it's just life experience, right? So in my keyhole perspective into the world, all physics teachers I met have been men, right? That doesn't mean that all physics teachers are men. Right? Yeah, and that's the thing, because they could be, and if they are, you have to act on it. But if they're not, you destroyed someone's life. And as a child, you don't mean to ruin someone's life, right? You're just messing around. You don't think about it, right? You don't understand the implications, because kids don't know anything about being a grown-up and having a job, right? To them, they didn't even understand where money comes from, right? Oh, why can't I have a new laptop? Because we can barely afford to eat. Oh my God, you gotta eat again. You ate last week. Mom. Yeah, but you can't run kids like the army, Grassim, okay? That's like boot camp, and that's not something I don't think that's successful everywhere. But yeah. Okay, so why is drawing at 0, 0 not working? Let's roll this back to when it was working. Okay, now it's working again. I have no idea why this wasn't working before. Oh man, and now I kind of want to find. Oh, maybe it was never working. Let's try to go past the first flush. Huh? All right, we're just gonna step through this then. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is making me a little bit bananas. Is it because we never do that? That could be why. That we never initialize the cursor movement. JS boot camp. I had a teacher that was so good. I had a teacher who really believed in me and is the reason that I managed to have the career and life that I have today. And when I was sitting in a very nice house with a pool, sitting outside in the sun working, eating really good food and drinking my posh coffee. And I thought about this teacher. So I stopped doing what I was doing. And then I wrote him an email saying that he changed my life. And because he believed in me, I now had a child, a wonderful wife, and all these things that I had in my life because of this teacher, right? And I think that's nice to hear, right? As a teacher, you probably want to hear that. All right. Oh, Rust 1.81 is coming out. Cool. None. You must see this amazing movie one day. Which movie could this be? I'm wondering if I know which movie. No, I have not seen this. Okay, this psychological drama tragedy. So I don't know what you do to cheer up, but that does not seem like it's gonna cheer me up. That sounds like something for VMTTMV, right? Who likes these movies? It's a bargain. It's the guy from Death Stranding. I don't enjoy these like overtly traumatizing movies like Ken Park, Kids, Irreversible, Happiness. Like these movies, they're more emotionally scarring than good movies in my book. No, I think this is very worth it. We're just gonna pin that there. Yeah, no, I would never be a teacher so I could do like kindergarten and maybe grade 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5. After that, absolutely not. And I would never be a phys ed teacher. But that's mainly because I think that stuff is boring, right? That stuff is boring. Have a good one, Grassam. I'm really good at like spending money. So if you want to, actually, I'm really good at not spending money. The amount of money I have spent this month, including buying food, is probably close to about 15 euros. Okay. But that's mainly because I don't do the food shopping. Oh, she has probably already seen it. This is a movie that's right up her alley. I'm gonna insert the word was with. I'm gonna insert the word with in here, Scott. No, I misread the sentence. Because I read this as I took a girl I was in, and I'm like, no, wait, what? don't need that level of detail. Rewriting a Spring config. Yeah, it's probably very verbose as well, right? Oh yeah, now that's a feel good, cheerful movie, right? That's like nothing says you might get lucky as the Holocaust, okay? Well, doesn't everyone have an alley, Skylar? A metaphorical one? Okay, so we have to move the position. But why do we end up with this 0 thing, right? I think maybe we have to look at the 3 insert calls into the buffer to understand that. So let's find the put cow, the set, the put. This is what we're looking for. So what do we have in this cell? Other than the fact that it's borrowed. Hello, Emil. So here's the reset for an empty cell. What's the new cell? Okay, that's A. So this one is an obvious one. Okay. That's gonna be B. And that's gonna be C. Okay, now is the question. What do we have here? This is... why is this an empty cell? Oh, damn. We've all been there, Emil. Don't worry about it, man. Okay. Why is this wrong? Why is index 0 containing a cell that is empty? This new cell should be the A. Yeah, this... And this one doesn't have any colors either. Wow. Bastard code. Why? All right. Oh, maybe the merge is wrong. No, if the merge was wrong... Okay, let's restart this. So the cell that we have here should be an empty with a reset. That is right. So let's go to merge this thing. Okay. Yeah, so here we're just changing characters. We're changing from space to this thing, and we're merging the style. The style which is set to reset with the new style which is set to reset. Okay, cool. You know, I think maybe we don't even have to go this far. We can just do this. We're just going to look at one of these. Okay. We merge the cell. So now this cell contains A and it has some reset colors. Yeah, that's good. It is now dirty. We push the change. Which position, which index is this at? 0. Continue. 0 again. We're going to get the cell at 0. And this is... How? When does this cell become reset? Hello, Temporus. How you doing? Oh, come on. What? I too am a bit blurry-eyed, but that's a permanent condition for me these days. Probably from staring into the lights constantly. Okay, so maybe it's on the... Do we have like a remove call in between? We do. We're removing the... Why are we removing this? And we're inserting an empty cell, not a reset cell, which is, you know... I don't think that... No, that was more of a joke, Scott. These are actual lights, not the sun. There's probably not a lot of UV radiation coming out of these things. Now, let's think on this for a smidge. Why do we erase this? Because we might move a widget. So we have to erase it. It's actually an interesting topic. Do you feel rather protected against virtual bullying here? So there's not really a lot of bullying you can do on Twitch and before you fly out of your seat from that comment. Let me finish. Ultrawalk person joins the chat, starts running with their shit, and calls you. Yeah, I mean, I've been called things in the past. I mean, people have jumped into my chat and said that I hate people from certain countries, and all kinds of things has happened, right? So I think that wouldn't have much of an impact here, Rebel. I think there are a lot of people who feel safe in this chat to be who they are. Whatever that person are, right? Whatever the person is, whatever they are, I think I think people in general feel safe and welcome here. So if someone started spouting that, I don't think it would get any traction. If someone flooded my chat with bots, there's nothing I can do about that. If someone calls me a racist or a bigot or anything of the sort, then I would just have to point out that some of my best friends are white middle-aged men. So I don't know what you want, right? Jokes aside, it wouldn't mean anything to me, right? You're not bullying me. You're just making shit up if you're saying that I am a racist or a bigot or misogynist or anything of the sort, right? It's worse from someone who doesn't know me, so it holds no value, right? I'm more thinking that people who are like a bunch of bots would ruin chat for a bit, but that's not bullying me, right? People have commented on my appearance. I don't know why, but sometimes people do in a negative way, and that is also not bullying to me. That's just either someone's trying to get a rise out of me, or a rise out of me rather. I'm not in charge of your salary. A rise out of me, or they have an opinion that they want to share, and I don't know why, because I don't care about it, right? It's really hard to bully someone verbally when they're not gonna care if you do, right? So I don't think it is a problem, right? Did you submit a new PR? Get wrecked. No, I don't think so. I think that there are two perspectives here, Rebel. You got to remember that the world that we see is very small, okay? Our perspective into the world is a minuscule little keyhole perspective. So if you exist in a realm of a lot of woke content and wokeness, then that's your world. If you don't see any of that, then that's your world, right? So if you're, for instance, I watched a video on YouTube, and now I get a lot of this like anti-woke content about games and movies and all this stuff. They're not interesting to me. I don't care if you make a shit game because it's woke. I don't care if your game is good or it's woke. I don't care about like the whole thing, right? I care about people, and that's it, right? I don't need some kind of label around this thing, right? I care that people are happy and feel well. That's all, right? Label it whatever you want. I don't care, right? So I don't know what your perspective is, what is happening in society, but where does your perspective come from? This is very important to ask. If you are observing a lot of misogyny, then in your world, society is a very misogynistic society. If you're observing a lot of racism towards yourself or others, then society is very racist where you are, right? It's entirely dependent on your perspective, right? You can't say that the world is racist and then go into the middle of nowhere and meet no people, because you're not observing racism there, right? Let me rephrase that. You can't say that where you live is very racist if there is no racism there. Obviously, racism exists, okay? Let's not lose some marbles here, okay? How's it going, Obsidian? How you doing? You guys turn up. You turn up when we're talking about misogyny, racism, woke, and bigotry, which is some really safe topics, Obsidian, that you should definitely engage in on stream. Yeah, that sums it up. Not really. The original question was if... let me scroll up to the original question for you raiders, right? Rebel has some hot takes, and sometimes I think they're really good and I engage with them. Sometimes I think Rebel wants to say something else, but don't. Do you feel rather protected against virtual bullying here? And I say, in general, I feel protected against bullying, right? I don't feel like bullying is happening to me. For someone to bully me, the only way you're going to bully me is through physical violence, and I'm not going to let you do that without friction, okay? So I don't feel like I am susceptible to bullying here on Twitch, okay? I don't think so. No, I mean this is a difficult one, right? I have never been called a racist by someone I respect. I've been called racist by random strangers on the internet, but that's just people saying that because they want me to react to it. But how can you be racist when let me formulate this correctly. When we have nothing to do with race. I have no idea what ethnicity that anyone in chat has unless I've seen you stream, right? And if I knew, I certainly wouldn't treat you any different, right? How do you get on with the canvas yesterday? All right, yeah, I've now rebuilt the buffer and I'm trying to get that implemented, right? So when we start a Twitch boxing match, I haven't done any boxing since I was a child, so I don't think I would do very well with that, though, right? My ethnicity is Rust. It's very sus, yeah. So I think it's just there isn't really any room for these conversations in text streaming, but we must acknowledge the problems that exist. But I also think that some people are very vocal on behalf of other people who never asked for it, okay? That's ageism, though, right? You can't do that's ageism, okay? Nah. I mean, like, have you ever felt like you would be a victim of bullying in this chat, Rebel? Have you ever felt anything but safe here? So this would technically have to become a reset for this to not be bananas, but I think maybe we can do better. Right. Solved. Okay. Does this mean that the horrible magenta malarkey, we should from here on forth, we should refer to as Magenta Gate. So this is a problem because it hasn't applied the styles correctly. I have not heard this term before, so I don't know what that is. The worst is if some are vocal for others' topics, those others don't even care about. Then they say topics. It's like there was a picture or a post somewhere. Do you guys remember the whole rename master to main? And there was a quote by someone who said, "I don't care what you call your GitHub branch. We just want the police to stop hitting us," right? And that kind of, in some places, that is reality, right? That's how Master and Slave and Blacklist and Whitelist got banned as words from Silicon Family. Some white person got offended on behalf of others suddenly. So the thing is, I don't know if this is true, but I wouldn't dismiss this as being the truth, right? What's melancholics? I've never heard of a melancholics. Define melancholic. What's a melancholic? Melancholy, depressed, or so someone who is of a melancholic nature is a melancholic. But you said melancholic. Is this a typo or is this an actual word in today's vocabulary, right? Professional victims. I'm not finding what a melancholic is, right? Cholerics, sanguinics. What's a sanguinic, right? I guess these are terms I'm just not familiar with, right? That's fair enough. But I will say this though, right? If remember that the world that you observe, especially online, is very small, and the more content you consume of one nature, the more of that content you will receive. So if you're living under the impression that there is this woke movement that is destroying and eating the world around you, I think you need to take a step back and widen the spectrum of which you consume content in, right? Because it can very easily look like it. There's been the Star Wars TV show, there's been the couple of games, and this is not indicative of the real world, okay? There are people who consume large quantities of AI content, and they're sitting there being like, oh my god, my life is over. I'm never going to be a programmer because everything will be replaced by AI, because that's the content they consume, right? If all you watch and all you hear are these echo chambers of some aspect, all right, a small aspect of reality, then that might seem like the entire reality, right? And this is bad for your mental health, right? Don't do this. Lettuce world, right? Hello, South Africa. How you doing? Put it down to bigotry of low expectations. Like they thought people of non-white race can't understand the words, make different meaning, different context, and understand how they think. Making such a change isn't insulting to everyone else. Yeah. No, I don't. The thing is, I don't know. What is my stack of choice? It's going to be straight up Rust, man. Straight up like Rust or bust, right? It depends on what I'm doing, of course. Depends on what I'm doing, what problem I'm solving. But most likely, I'm going to solve it in Rust. But I'm wondering why our sausage is lacking magenta in its life. So this should draw a space character that should be magenta. That is not setting the bar very high, though. I'm joking, of course, right? There are people who are really into and like Java. I don't see a lot of Java on Twitch, I have to say. And that's another thing to mention, though, Rebel. The world you observe on Twitch is very, very different from the world outside of Twitch as well, right? There are so many people in our community. Actually, let's just leave it there. Magenta Sausage sounds like an Xbox auto-generated name. It does, doesn't it? Most people don't actually use an even. There you go, right? There you go. So if I have very limited time and limited budget and I have to knock out some hack for a client, I'm probably not going to reach for Rust unless I eat the cost just because I want to. Okay, but what is happening here? So we're just going to say or we can change this to 1, 2, okay? It's because it's not doing the clearing then. Now this can't be right. In my echo chamber, Rebel, that can't be right. Okay, so why don't we just make this thing happen first? Let's do some debugging, shall we? Where are you? There you are. Okay, so let's have a look at what it's like to put a new cell. All right, that's 1. We don't worry about that one. This should be the space character. Oh, no. That was wrong, okay? This one should have black and magenta. And this cell should not... Wait, it is black and magenta. How? Isn't this an index away from that one? Yeah. What? Okay, hang on. We need to get rid of the border here. All right, okay. This is confusing me. This is the first cell that we have, which is consisting of black and magenta with the number 1. Okay, this cell should not be black and magenta. It is black and magenta. How? I see. Deadlock. I am so out of touch with games. I still haven't bought Cold Keeper. I don't know if I dare to game again though, right? That was so... It just destroyed me being up gaming. How has this changed? Do we have like a set? But it has never been drawn. I think maybe we have like a set style somewhere that is a little bit funky. Update cell. Is this being called? Oh, I see. And we never do a diff here. Oh man, I had a really good time, Tanaka, but I'm still really tired. Not against occasional game in second half stream. I have to set up my... We're gonna play some retro games on stream though. But yeah, goodness me. Okay, so this is modifying a cell, and we're not flagging the cell as dirty when doing this. So we should do a comparison of the style on the cell. Yeah. What is the cell state? How's it going, Evan here? No, I want to play Phantasy Star 4. It's a game I never played. Really? Well then. Yeah. We can do on or off stream. I don't mind either way. If people want a game... So do we need to set the cell to dirty here? I think maybe we do. Okay, that did not work. All right, and This is not right either. So we should do this. So if the cell style is not the same as the current style we have, then we have to mark the cell as dirty and push a change for this cell. But since we have this, now I have to look at this thing. So we have to follow what we do with put in terms of this. This is what we have to do. There we go. That's the is that the online game? Oh, I definitely believe that, Rebel. Esports is very big. I do love me some Vim. How you doing, True Round? Sorry, I do try to read chat as best I can, but I do miss chat every now and then. Thank you for the follow. Was that it? Did we fix the bug? Should we look at the template now? Can we bring this in? Honestly, what is happening here? Oh, right. I took all the other code away. Okay, this is now looking correct. Yes. Okay, so we have the new buffer now. A TUI is short for text user interfaces, right? So what you're observing down here is an interface described by this markup language, right? Okay, so we're back to having working runtime again, but oh no, look at that. Okay, so this is going to be a bug then. We're not erasing these old values. So a CLI would be something like ls, right? Whereas a TUI would be something like htop, right? There's not really an actual definition of this, but this is kind of how I look at it, right? But why is this not being erased? That needs to be erased. So we're in the middle of doing some performance improvements here by being able to draw on a very large screen within a reasonable pace. Well, I'm not painting over it. That's it, right? So we have to... Yeah, we have to mark everything as... We cannot degrade the performance. That's going to be sad. Now we have to clear the entire screen that we've painted on. So maybe that's what we need to do after our drawing. This is why the diff was useful. That's what we did have. And now I'm trying this out with a single buffer because I think that's going to be faster, but I did not think about this. So I don't have the old changes. Are you joking, Skylar? Are you kidding now? That's literally what we had and went away from. then we would just be doing what we're already doing, right? No, you're not stupid. Don't say that. It's very bad to say that, okay? More buffers. We can do this. But first, I need to take a second. Hang on. I kind of hope that my hunger would go away, but it doesn't after I ate breakfast. Okay, so have a good one, Skylar. Good luck. Yeah, they use the Diffie-Hellman algorithm for their buffer comparison, but the rendering is handled by Crossterm, which already does that tempora. So I think maybe we can skip that and do something cleverer here. I just don't know what that would be. Diffie-Hellman. Modified and curses Hellman algo. But this is key exchange. I thought end cursors uses a modify. Well, that means that we have to iterate through the entire buffer, right? Instead of just drawing the changes. Why am I not? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. What is the end cursors diffing algo? Oh man, this was so long since I looked at this. Now I want to remember how this thing works. And curses. Really? Is there nothing in here? Can we search for diffing? Why are search engines so bad these days? All right, fine, whatever. Yeah, it's that we still have to place the characters then. All right. But why isn't erasing a region work? I think maybe that's where I need to start. So we're certainly going to clear a region of memory. Sorry, a region. So we're supposed to remove 0, 0. Okay, we can try that, Temporis. We can try doing that. We don't need the diff anymore. Why don't we try this then? Ah. No, and you know what's even funnier, Temporis? When I looked at it, I realized that stop fat shaming me, you shit watch. You've set some goals. Maybe today is the day you reach them. That was quick, Skylar. Yeah, so when I actually looked at cross-term, I realized that they implemented a diffing strategy that's basically the same as we had. So yeah, this probably would be faster anyway. Did you have sandwiches or lettuce, or sandwiches with lettuce? Okay, so if we draw the whole thing, then there is no point in having the diff then. Bread? Bread. I don't know how slow this is gonna be. It probably is gonna be just fine to do this. But oh, hang on. No. This is not okay, Temporis. Look at that. I was like, what's that sound? It's my CPU fans, okay? That was not the right thing to do. Ah. Let's look at a flame graph for this. No, it's running at like 90% of CPU usage, right? All right, flashbang incoming. Maybe it doesn't do diffing. No, I'm running this at 60 frames per second. Sorry, 30 frames per second, I think. So it definitely is limited. Yeah, this is running at 30 frames per second. No, this is notably slower. Maybe the way I'm writing this thing is wrong though. Where's the style write function? Nope, this is all fine. Yeah, the version in the repository is using the double buffer though, right? So queuing this thing. What does this do? This is what's slow. All right, I'm pretty sure the cross term uses buffers. Let's see if there is a buffer in here that is... No, we can't see that. Then we're going to have to go to the repository. Okay, screen buffer. I wonder if that's the thing. Cross-term win API. No. That's only on Windows. I would look at, so when it comes to the buffer stuff, though, you can look at either main or dev. We haven't done a lot of changes to either of them, to the back end. So it's back end TUI where all this stuff is happening. Where's the double buffer thing? Yeah. With the old diff, what we did was just compare two buffers to each other, and then we drew the changes, and then we reset them. Yeah. So you had the old buffer and the new buffer. You write to the new buffer, you compare it with the old buffer, you get changes out of there, you draw the changes, then you copy the new buffer to the old buffer, basically. I was kind of hoping for some kind of buffer in the code here. That's all Windows. What does this line say? Next style, can you use like an alt screen buffer? Okay, no, that's not it. It's Win API again. I know I've seen this somewhere. Jeepers, where is it? Okay. Temporary buffer. With no directed write events back to self event. Okay, we started with temporary buffer. Okay, whatever, that's not it then. Windows again. All right, let's look for diffing then, right? Now I can't find this anywhere. I'm pretty sure I looked at this and I found code that looks very similar to my own code. Maybe that wasn't cross-term. Maybe that was TUI RS that had that. Okay, let's look at... But that's Ratatouille. Maybe they have this buffer thing. This is what they were using. So I think this is what they have, and they use this to diff. They even have the cell. They don't have maybe we shouldn't make the color optional. Wait, you can have different underline color. And just skip instead. MIT, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yep, this is what they're doing. All right, we can have a look at their diff algorithm. This is so similar to what we had. I actually thought that I was looking at some code and I thought that they had copied. It was this code, but I got that through another library and I thought they had copied the diffing thing from anathema. And it turns out that I had implemented something that looked exactly like Ratatouille. So if someone had copied anyone, it would have been me copying Ratatouille. I hadn't copied it, but if anyone was gonna accuse anyone, it would have been me being the accused and not the accuser. So they do a few things different, but this is kind of what they do. So we should not draw to cross term in that case. But I think that this is not the fastest thing because we're going through both of the buffers. And I don't think they are dealing with Unicode characters the same way we are either, but that doesn't matter. So this is close to what we had. So I'm wrong. We are writing a lot. But that means that writing the whole buffer is actually really slow. And that sucks. Oh, that's really sucky. I think this, well, this is not going to give us any benefit now, but if we can fix this, then yeah. Hello, Previs, how you doing, buddy? Meeting time. You love meetings. I remember you standing outside of a store, waving your hand, saying, I love meetings. I don't know why you were doing it, but, you know, it happens. Well, that could be detrimental to your health, though, right? So it's probably best not to do that. If we do this, and then we do a cargo run. Is this? No. What is this program? And why does it keep increasing? Can we just do a search, maybe? I'm in the wrong window. Yeah, this is not taking any resources now. But well, it's doing something. You saw the cursor flitting about there. I have no idea why it's doing that. Okay, so the cursor thing is obviously super annoying and shouldn't be there. I don't know why it was there. I don't know what the oh crap, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, something odd is going on. Now this thing is taking up a lot of CPU all of a sudden. It's just going up. Is it because we never... Oh, I know why. We never drain the changes, right? So we need to do self.buffer.changes.clear. All right. No, I don't care about OBS. I want to just search, man. Oh, come on, search, please. Yeah, okay. So this seems fine though. We're stuck at lower level. No, the CPU usage is going up. Oh man. Well, it's not going up, but that's not really what I want to see from a terminal program. Not to mention what is happening with the cursor there. The cursor is just having its own thing going on. Now, if we do this, we should see a significant improvement here. Or, you know, just break it. Now it's fine. And it doesn't do that really crazy thing. But okay, no, it did. Started doing that. Piss. Yeah, I don't know if you guys see that, but we have like a cursor flickering here. It's staying sane CPU-wise now, but it's also broken. So if I do this... and then we change it back. It should now have destroyed the UI. No, it didn't. Why didn't it destroy the UI? Okay. That might help, Laurie. I don't know why we're seeing the cursor draw, though. That seems a bit weird. It's actually behaving now. Let's reset. There it is. There's the breakage. So we probably always have changes. Which is, I'm guessing what we're seeing is a lot of intense flushing of the terminal. Sadly not, Temporus. I threw something together in another project to try this, but no, not really. But can we have like a double change buffer instead? Would that make sense? No, Crossum did not do anything for us. Then this is just rubbish. So we want changes to be empty. But could we store the old changes instead? We kind of did something like that. But yeah. Printing regions, Temporus, right? Yeah. Well, I think we're sort of halfway there because we don't do cursor movements if cells are next to each other. Oh, this thing, that's probably why we're seeing the flitting, because I never fixed this part. But I wonder if we can use the changes as part of the double buffer instead. Can we do that? So the changes we have for one, so we compare two change sets with each other rather than two buffers. Would that work? So we have new changes and old changes. And then we drain the changes into old changes. And then we just diff the changes instead of diffing the buffers. Shouldn't that be faster? Yeah, that would be faster. Because we don't have to go through the entire buffer. And with two buffers, we're still going through both buffers. So we have two index lookups for every cell. But that's not a bad. That wouldn't fix the solution? Yeah. Because if I have a change to draw on one position, one frame, and then that change isn't there for the next frame, then I know that I have to clear the one that wasn't there. So every change that is not present for the next frame has to be removed. Yeah. If your change affects something that wasn't changed in the previous change set and you keep combining the change set, eventually it will cover the whole screen anyway. No, we okay. I mean, I don't know what you guys are thinking, obviously, but if we diff the changes and then we write the old changes to the new changes. So if I draw at 0, 0, and the next frame I draw at 1, 1, then the draw at 0, 0 isn't present. So that has to be removed. Then, if we draw at 1, 1, the frame afterwards, we've copied the old one and copied the current one into the old one, right? So we only transfer the change sets. So what we're really retaining is a list of changes, of cells that have changed. If it works, Skylar, it could be a performance improvement. I wouldn't go as far as calling it genius because my head would get too large and then my headphones won't fit. And smart people don't have headphones that don't fit. Add a blockchain. Yes. Okay, so I think maybe we can do that. So we have previous changes. And then we're just going to diff these two and then move these into here. I think the weird cursor issue we're seeing is because we're generating a bunch of moves that doesn't have to be there. All right, so now we just have to diff these two as part of this. We're all really into it, Lil Boo. Temporus is the founder of Bitcoin. I don't know. Imagine if that was true. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. So now we need new changes and cells that weren't there. I'm definitely gonna... I have lost a wallet once. Nothing to do with Bitcoin. I just lost a wallet. I say. I dabbled a little bit in cryptocurrency. I didn't make any I didn't make any money. I didn't lose any money. It all kind of just evened out. I think I lost like 100 euros or whatever in total. So what's the process now? We're gonna look at the current changes, diff them with the past changes, and what is present in past but not current has to be removed. Why did this make perfect sense 5 seconds ago and now my brain just go, oh, you had an idea? Okay, I'm gonna do this now. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, thank you, brain. You are definitely my friend. Yeah. I just have to actually write this. So let's write this up here, okay? Cells present in changes should be drawn. Cells present in previous changes but not in changes should be removed. Move, swap, changes, and previous. Do you have previous changes? There we go. That would probably lead to a happier life, Laurie, if you did that. Okay. Does this look confusing to anyone? Good. So let's implement this in the screen then. Yes, they are always ordered. So we don't have to order, we only have to order the current changes. Because we're going to make this into the new changes, right? Then we cannot do that. Then we have to do this. So this is now drawing the changes. I really have to figure this one out, but that's why we're going to see the cursor hopping around. That's not a big issue. And then we're going to do the removal. But now we have to do the diff of these things. So we have to do this. Actually, we can just call zip here, right? No, we can't. No, we can't. Oh yeah, no, it's not about hiding the cursor. This is we're hiding the cursor, but you're still gonna see the cursor flitting about if you do this a lot. You need to step through the changes asymmetrically. Yeah, because they can be different sizes, so we cannot zip them together. Yes. So we might have two changes and then a lot of changes in the middle, right? So there is a way of doing this where we have an offset. Oh, maybe. I guess I still have it in my chat history then. Hang on to your sockets. Where are you? There you are. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Scrolling, 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 scrolling. Oh, whatever happened to Foundry? Was it a good game? Upside down triangle. Steam, Power World. Animated gifs. Here we go. Given two files. Can move from node to node. Shortest path. Assume any horizontal and vertical movement is a cost of 1. Any diagonal is a cost of 0. Okay. Wow, this is over a year ago, right? This is June 2023, and then a seal. Then mostly seals after that. All right, 2 new messages. Okay, so your yeah, I found it. Your new message that I jumped to wasn't this. All right, let's just grab this thing and put it on here. All right, contents of X is A, B, C, D, C, A. Contents of Y is A, B, D, C, A. Transform X into Y. Best this diff is A, B, D, C, A. Yeah, this doesn't compute in my head. I'm thinking that we can just iterate with offsets, right? So because the indices are ordered, they're always ordered. So if this index is not, how's it going, Bulov? If this index is not present in the new changes, wait, what? Yeah, with diffing to list. Okay, you know what? Maybe we should just look at fast diffing to lists. Maybe comparing two sets then, right? Online list diff. Okay, so you have to take your buffer, go here. All right. Because the list is sorted, we should probably include that to sorted lists. No, that cannot be the fastest. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so we discard what is earlier, right? We don't have that. We have a unique list. Sorted, unique list. All right. I'm guessing this is... All right, Python is easy. With Python, this would be a one-liner, right? You just compare two sets, right? There you go. But I don't know what this is doing under the hood, though. All right, ask Python. The asymmetric difference is a set theory that states the output will be the values that are present in and only in list 1. If the difference is applied as list 1 must list and does not return values in list 2, not list 1. For better understanding, the examples below, right? So it is an asymmetric difference that we're doing then, right? So we are gonna get, we are only interested in oranges though, in this case. So we're interested in things that are not in one. So I guess it's the other way around. So fruit minus that one, and the difference would be apple. That is correct. That is what we want to do. But you can't write this in Rust, right? And I don't know what the algorithm is doing here when you subtract two lists. Since we know that they are sorted, we should be able to skip previous values, right? But doing a contains seems very sketchy. So this, okay, we can do this, right? This index is going to be we could use a binary search for this and constantly shrink the other half. That's one way of doing it. So we could have our comparison be self.buffer.changes, and we do this as a slice. Maybe just call as slice, right? And then this one we want to drain because we're going to mem swap these around afterwards. Oops. Like that. So when we do a comp.binary search for the index here. Oh. Or do you want a reference maybe? Actually, we match on this thing now. If we have an OK in here, we don't really care. Although we do care, because if we do, then we're gonna say that comp is equal to comp where we start from index. All right, so we reset the comp. If this is an error, that means that we actually have the value. We're still gonna do this, but it means that we are going to make use of the value. I don't know if that made any sense. I'm guessing most of you are off implementing your own takes on this thing, but I'm just gonna do my thing. So this error would imply where in the collection it would be. So it's always fine to do this. So if we do have this thing, then this thing is what we're going to remove, right? And then here we're just ignoring that value. All good. Da 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 do. What? This thing is mutable. It's a mutable slice of usize. And this would produce a mutable slice. There we go. So we're going to remove this thing that is here. This is very, very like gross code. We're doing gross things here. So we have to set this in the buffer to start with. And then we have to draw an empty space there. So we're not doing that. Ooh, I don't know if that's the right thing to do with the style, though. All right, the style is a little bit difficult. We don't need a cell. Well, we do. We need to modify the cell, but... But is this maybe the right thing to do? We are gonna have to do this part for now, because we're just gonna hack this in there. No, I didn't want to run that. Is it because I resize it that it freaks out? No. Okay, this is just because we do a lot of cursor jumping. That's not really an issue. Although we can prevent that. Okay, so that part is working. We need to track whether the buffer is dirty or not for this to make sense. So we should be able to put a breakpoint there and not worry about it, all right? Where are we? There we go. All right, this should never happen now. Until we make a change. Still didn't happen. Why? Why did that not happen? This should be fast to do here. Yeah, why are we looking at that? Why did that never happen? Surely this happens. Is this gonna happen for every frame then? Well, if you have an actual different take on it, I'll be obviously interested. It's a fun problem to do, I say. The code has to be cleaned up, but I thought this would work. But we never get here. And I don't think this is the right thing to do as far as styling is concerned. I think style-wise, this is going to break things. But I wonder about the removal. When we erase the buffer. See, I think this one is wrong. So we're going to make this into a no-op. I would like this to happen, though. Okay, nothing is happening up there. Okay, nothing is happening, full stop. Okay. Maybe I just need to get some food and do this. We make sure that this is sorted. And this is going to start off as empty. See, we don't get here again because we haven't written any changes. So that's, we are now being very performant, all right? This is now crazy performant. You can run this at 1,000,000 frames per second, okay? Man, idiots, why are you texting me? All right, okay. Even that change doesn't get us there. Okay, are we not drawing into the buffer at all? Yeah, we are. Okay. Now I have to play bloody telephone with some strangers. Because they're texting me and not the wife. Okay, so what was I doing again? Damn it! Alright, we'll do this again. I hate telephones. The telephone ring phone is terrible. This is dirty. We're pushing the changes. Okay. So let's remove this breakpoint. Sorry, I'm just passing messages around in MISC languages. I'm a proxy because they contacted me instead of my wife for some stupid reason. Okay, where's the screen? Are we not calling the render function anymore? We are. Plenty. But the changes are always empty. All right. Why are the changes empty? Mother, give me peace. Okay, give me peace. Okay, so we're doing this thing. The cell is dirty. Changes is empty. Yeah, do that. Cell is dirty. Why did the cell become dirty? That sounds like a joke somewhere in there, but it is a genuine question. Okay, so cell. All right, we need to reset that cell. Okay, now it is drawing. It's not doing it correctly, but it's doing it. All right. Let's debug. Okay. Right. Who's making food, by the way? I'm hungry. Can I come over some food now? All right. So we're setting the cell to not be dirty. We're going to do the same thing here. Because we've drawn it. All right. Still not happening. Still not happening. Okay, so why are we never ending up here? Okay, it's just that it's finding everything. So it is working then. Although it isn't. Because it should end up here. They are not the same. It should end up here. And then we have to do one more change. All right. Actually, no, we don't. This is correct. If the buffer has no changes, then do nothing. Actually, it's not if the buffer has no changes. It's if the buffer is the same as the other buffer. But how do you compare two lists in Rust? All right. Does it compare element to element? So is partial equal implemented here? So is it just gonna compare the memory, or is it actually gonna walk through the items? That's what I wonder. If you compare two collections, two slices or two vectors, is it just gonna compare the memory, or is it gonna do a compare on a per item base? I guess it has to do a compare per item base. Is there like a fast compare? When did I wake up? I've been awake for a while. The changes are never going to be empty because we're always going to draw onto the screen. When was that added? Oh, it isn't. Okay, never mind then. There is no magical comparison here. I mean, in that case, we can obviously do the simplest thing, right? This should never happen, right? No matter what we do. The only time this should happen is if we added an empty, if we did this, now it's gonna happen. So it's not really a concern. But if the this we can do. I just wonder if this is part of the equality implementation for the vector, but I can't see that in the Rust docs. Okay, so Rust equality between vec. If it does a length check, it should, right? Okay. We don't have to do that. No, I think we're already doing the fastest thing here. We're not gonna do any of this. We're not gonna allocate another vector for this or anything of the sort, right? I said very caustically, right? Very aggressively. Why can't we see anything about equality here? Hello, BT. How are you? We have this partial equal here, but there's nothing in here. Like, why are we doing this when we could just check the length? Why is this fine? Hope you enjoy it, Celestial. And why is it impulse slice equal 1? There's no documentation around this. It doesn't seem like it, but do we have a slice in here somewhere? We have a compare here. We're not really interested in compare. We're interested in equal. Where's the mod file? There you are. This is a long file. Okay, let's check for equality. There's only one equality in there. And that's partition D2. Damn it. Okay, so if it does this, was there? Yeah, this actually, here you go. Good spot. Slice partial equal. Good spot, hybrid. That's what I was looking for. So we don't have to implement this ourselves. We can just do an equality between the bloody slices. Okay. And then it would still fail on the first. Okay, that's great. Good spot. Then we don't have to do this. Okay, so now we're saving more performance at that as well, because there's just a length compare. It's just two U sizes being compared, right? Cheap as chips, yeah? Okay, so we're sorting it. We're not doing no clearing it. So we should get here for the second one, and we do. So this is a lot faster, I would say, than what we had before. I'm actually very excited about this. If we can make this work, then this will definitely be... This should be something like we're comparing 3-4 cells kind of thing versus not. Actually, I don't know what it's going to be like if we have a lot of stuff drawn in there, in the buffer. Maybe we need like an optimization for that. We could write an optimization where if the length of the change buffer is significantly larger, no, how would we do this? This always going to be such a cost when we get into the larger spaces of this thing, right? Okay, but we're not out of the woods yet, okay? We have some grossness going on here, right? This, all right, this is not working now for some reason. Okay. All right. Why did that not work? Why are these the same? 416. I think that's because the removal thing is doing some fishy business. Oh, no, took that out. $832, 416. Wait, that's double? Suspiciously doubly. 416. 830. Why are previous changes so large? And why are there so many of them? This clearly has to do with the removal code. So here we're draining this stuff, but changes is 416. So when we get down to here, changes should now be empty. And it is. Why? Why is it becoming stupid here? That's all right. That's a term. We don't care about rows. Actually, we do care about rows. This is we can do the style iterator, what have you there. We're not going to deal with that now, though. I don't think we need cell lines either. We do because of reasons that I don't care about right now. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I guess I just have to go through the process of drawing, right? Is this even going to compile? No, I didn't think so. All right, let's pretend that code doesn't exist. So how does removing actually work? We shouldn't be doing this. But if we don't do this, then that's not working. Okay, 416, 416. So it clearly is down to that. And none of the putting of cells seem to be doing anything. Why? I don't know. Okay. I need to eat some food and figure this out. What am I going to eat? I don't have anything to eat. Bacon and eggs. That'll do the trick. Okay, so let's grind this a little bit before we go and do that then. And then we'll be back for a second stream for sure. Okay. Well, what is the process? We have to start from the main function into the runtime. We're going to do a render and then we're going to do a clear. So what do we do when we render? Let's go into TUI. All right, so this is just doing that, okay? This is actually calling the rendering, right? It was really good, Monokuma, but I'm still super tired from it. So it was kind of expensive to do. All right. Okay, so let's do some drawing. Let's simplify the template then. Okay, so this works. This does not work. The removal doesn't work. So we should be looking at a very small set of changes. We should reset the whole thing. And then we should have no changes after that. The changes should be empty. Right? So this should just call the this should call it with 1. We put in the cell. Now if we do self.changes, this is empty. That's not right. Why is that empty? That should be it. Oh no, it's not empty. I'm an idiot. I can't read. Okay. So far, so good. So where's the render code? It's probably in here somewhere. Whoops. So what do we have now? 0 in changes. Wow, you are just amazing. I am unable to read, okay? Is this because my parents are related? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so we're sorting this beautiful buffer. We're gonna go through this. This cell is no longer dirty. It's occupied. We're gonna move a cursor a little bit and do some shameful things. We're gonna write this to standard out. Then we're gonna go through our comparison with our previous buffer. And there's nothing in our previous changes to do. So we're going to drain that. So our previous buffer is empty and our current buffer is not empty. And then through magic, our current buffer is now empty and our previous buffer is not. And then we're going to flush the output. And then we're going to put another character in here. And then we're going to hop in here. I'm going to get the cell. And is this cell dirty? It is dirty. Who made you dirty? I don't know. How many changes do we have? 1. Why? I don't know that either. Why do we have a change here? And then we get here. How many changes do we have? 1. And our previous changes are also 1. So this one's going to bail here. That is also correct. But we are setting this cell to not be dirty. I do not know how that cell became dirty. So painting the glyph. Maybe it's an update glyph situation. Maybe this is where things are going a little bit awry. Let's step into this thing. Where are we now? We're on the screen now, and we're going to update the cell. So we do an update cell here, and we're going to get the cell, and this cell is dirty. What? Who made you dirty? How did you become so dirty? Are there anything in changes? Yes, and why is there a change as well? You did. Don't dirty up my cells. Don't dirty up my cells. Okay. And now we're done. So for line in lines. Okay, this is text rendering at its finest. We're done with painting. We're breaking out the control flow, restore some things here. This is going to be quite messy. We're dealing with the floating widgets. There are none. And now we're going to render. Somehow we are here. This makes no sense. I think this one's just being a monarchy. Oh, right. That's why. That's why. So these two have both been set to 1. Should I make separate folder for successive versions of a complicated software projects like version 1, version 2, or should I just improve my git foo and do it all in one folder? Git foo. Hello, Spayers. Welcome, Raiders. Oh man, I'm getting hungry, Spayers. I was just gonna figure out some food here and sneak off and eat. You beat me to it. Fix the 170. That's great, Monokuma. Yeah, enjoy your lunch, mate. Enjoy your lunch. Oh man. I guess I'll be here for a little bit longer then. Welcome, Raiders. We're doing diffing. We're doing some diffing between buffers to know what has and hasn't changed. And this is a lot more complicated than one might think it should be. You might just want to create different branches for your versions feature. If you create different branches and tag your versions, that means that if you have to go back and do a fix in a previous version, then you can just pull that version out, make the fix, and then push a patch to that version, right? If you store everything in directories, then it's going to be difficult with dependency management and all kinds of things, Filch. I can't see that being easy to deal with. Okay. So this is kind of correct. We're comparing these two buffers and they are the same, so we're just gonna get on with it. Okay. So if the changes are the same, then we're good. But they're not gonna be the same though. Branches with tags and patching, and this averse dependency. Yes. So the problem that you solve with that is you can always go back in time to these tags and these branches. Your code is not gonna grow with your versions. Your dependency is gonna be easy to manage. You can just check out that version, make a change to it, and then release that version instead of, I don't even know what you would do with multiple directories. No, I think it will be super messy. You don't have to do any advanced gittery for this thing, right? It's just tagging and branches that you need to learn about. So I don't think you're going to find this a struggle. Okay, now we're going to run this code here and we're going to continue. We should see number 1 up here. And everything is fine. Now we're going to make a change to this template. So number 1 becomes a number 2. So now these changes should be different. No, because they're just saying what has changed. Of course this doesn't bloody well work, does it? All right. It sounds like someone's like coughing in the background of this song. It's very disturbing. I do. All right, sneeze music. Okay, so we only know that it has changed. We're saying that the same cells have changed since last time. And that doesn't work. That does not work. All right. This just seemed like such a good idea on paper. So we now do the swap between these two changes. Okay, so we can't do this test, right? We can't do this comparison here for this to become functional, right? Okay, this is now working. But what's the cost of this thing, right? So changes will probably never be empty. This one's kind of meaningless. Okay, so now our changes versus our previous changes should be the same. Yeah. So we're just drawing this thing. This thing should now do basically nothing. We swap these out. So now our changes here are in fact empty. And if we go to our template and we delete that one and we continue here, now what's our previous changes at? At 0. Oh, you're occupied, are you? How? All right, we're looking at the wrong frame. Okay, so we ended up with a change buffer of empty. All right, cool. Let's add 2 values in there. There we go. We have 2 values in there now. Let's change it to just be 1 value. Now we have 1 value here, and what do you contain? 2 values, which means we should remove one of the values. Then we could do the equality test down here instead. So this part happens here. Although admittedly we still have to flush and swap. So to make things even more gross, we'll do this. Now we are in the super gross world. Okay, that didn't work. Because that's what we need. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. So now we have the changes happening. All right then. Certainly not royal in this case, because we're still leaving the style there. Okay, so as far as changes goes, this does not work. Why did that work then? Oh my garb. Nope. Oh, is that why? So would all of this code start working if we set the foreground to reset on everything? Maybe. Not super chuffed doing this, but it still doesn't work all right. Now, because then we have to set the background to reset as well. Yep. Okay. Wait, what? Why did that knacker the background then? What? Can I outsource this? Does anyone want to deal with this problem? Does anyone want to deal with this magical thing that is currently going on here? Why is resetting the background on the border erasing the border? And you can sort of see the border existing for a second. Let's change the frame rate to something really low. You see it draws the border and then it takes the border away. It takes it away afterwards. Okay. No, reset is white for the foreground, or gray for the foreground, and black for, or the terminal reset color for the background. It's not the same as black. If we change this to black, you might actually be able to see 12 in there. If you look really hard, you could see 12 in there. If we do gray and black here, you'll be able to see it. But if I change this to reset, it's gonna fade out just a little. No, it's not even visible. It's just reset. Oh, man. Obviously, you shouldn't have to specify foreground reset, background reset on everything. That would drive anyone nanas, right? But it's just the border, right? What? Now everything disappeared. This is just too much fun. Oh, welcome back, text. This clearly is a problem with the diffing algorithm, right? Hang on. No, I have to go and eat. I'm super hungry and tired and confused. So we're gonna do a raid. I'll be like half an hour or whatever, chewing down on some food. Let's raid Adam. Oh wow. Did he get a big raid from someone? Oh, that's really cool. All right. Let's raid. There is a bug, Uncle. There certainly is a bug. We're gonna raid Adam and enjoy his pixel art stuff. Well, he seems like he's programming today. I'll be back in about half an hour or so, and we'll continue with this debacle. All right, bye for now.